participation in Race the Thames. Maybe kick off by just telling us, James, what you guys did, Henry, what you did for Race the Thames. Give everyone a bit of flavour as to what happened behind your score. And Erin, if you can give us a bit of a heads up as to what the para team have been up to, that'd be awesome.
Sure. So we decided to go in for the 72K event, and we've got a mixed team, 4 guys, 4 girls. I think we had 2 sweepers on the men's in the sort of 4 men, 2 scullers. So I thought we wanted to give everyone a bit of a chance by including some of the scullers in the team. And then on the women's side, we had let's see here, it was 2 heavyweights, or open weights, I should say, and two lightweights. So it was really cool to get to do an event where we had, I guess we got to work with and compete with the women's team, first time probably ever. So that was good fun. We kind of I'm yet to submit a score. As soon as I get off the score, I'm going to submit it. I don't want to know. Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But, very, very impressed with the team, I must say. I did absolutely nothing. Like, I wasn't even steering it, but it was really good fun to get involved in something that had so many people involved in for such a good cause. And maybe James, how was your?
Yeah, well, it was our half-hour score, wasn't it? Yeah, so the main score we submitted was a 30 rate 20, and then obviously added it all up together. And for us, that was our 3rd one back after Christmas, and it was, for me personally, it was a really good test. I felt really strong. It was quite close to my PB, and like a lot of the guys the guys and the girls as well, went really well on their test. So I think it was good, like using the Race the Thames as a good way to kind of get us really up for it and like push out a good score. So I was very happy with that and how we all did as a team.
Cool. So going, I mean, I know what a half hour is pretty well. Can you just give a bit of an insight into the depths of agony you guys go on for? Well, not you, obviously, Henry, because you don't do it. You just sit there making notes.
It was hard, man.
Yeah,
it was tough. Like,
yeah, really tough time watching it. Yeah. No, it was good. So we've obviously been training now after the Olympics, over a break, and then we come getting back to fitness. So it's like every week on a Wednesday will be our kind of main maximal test. And it's a half-hour long piece, and you just try to travel as much distance as possible while keeping the rate at 20. And that just means as much power per stroke as possible, really kind of like lean back on it, just like absolutely kind of end yourself. Like your heart rate gets really high up into like 180s, 190s. And for me, I got like close to 190 on my heart rate. So that's pretty high for me. It really just, you're absolutely kind of spent after it. And that was that part of the score that we got as a team is kind of made up of everyone. That's everyone's absolute maximal effort. So it's a very brutal kind of piece to do.
Yeah, I haven't done one in a long time, thankfully, but I remember them not so fondly by the end. Erin, how is your team getting on? I know you're not participating yourself, although you're probably doing as much mileage as the team. But yeah, no, it's been great we had a chat with a couple of your colleagues earlier in the week. How's it going in the team generally? What's happening with the paras?
Yeah, it's been going really well. So I'm also a coxswain, so I also cannot claim any contribution to the mileage that's been going on. Although, as you said, I've been doing a lot on, maybe I should have been clocking the miles I've been cycling on the bank this week, because it feels like it's been racking up quite a lot. But yeah, we've gone full hog. We didn't just go the little 72K like these guys was trying to do the Thames. So we've been logging the mileage this week. Definitely our efforts were helped by some really windy days as well. So we've done sort of extra ergo mileage as well. People opting for ergos rather than maybe a hand bike or a skier, just to make sure we're getting the extra miles in. But it's been going really well. We, off the back of sort of our Tokyo campaign, we've got almost everybody carrying on, which is really exciting. And then we've got some new athletes coming in. So it's been a really great opportunity to use the Race the Thames to sort of bring us all together, because we've kind of got a very interesting sort of hybrid team going on at the moment with sort of veteran returners, sort of new athletes, and because of the way the para sort of development program works, it really ranges from people who are very much learning to row all the way through to sort of people who've been to a couple of world championships. We've also got 3 classifications as well, and different genders in classifications, and it's all over the place. You're never too sure sort of which GMT you're working to when you're working with different people. So this has been really cool because we've all been working towards the same goal. So it's been something that's been really nice to sort of break the back of January and move into February.
Oh, look at that. She's even got the tagline in there. Brilliant. No, well, look, it's been, we've seen a lot of teams coming in. Obviously, we've got business team, like corporates. We've had people like Judith, who's on the call. Hi, Judith. Bunch of sort of random rowers and all sorts. And it's been fantastic to see how they've used the event in a new way around that team aspect. So it's actually really nice to hear you guys talk about it in the same light, for such a performance orientated group of people, obviously around rowing, but still we've got, hopefully there's opportunities to learn on to sort of benefit from the team idea. So we're 2.5 years away from Paris, although I'm sure you guys would still like to think of it as 3 years. Tell us, a little bit maybe from your side, Henry, how this last few months have gone since Tokyo, and where you guys are heading, and what are you aiming to do in the next 2.5 years?
So I suppose after Tokyo, we had a really good break. I think it was really important to switch off for a bit from this sort of, I guess, the stress of dealing with COVID Olympics, and then and maybe I suppose finishing with a result that we were proud of, but would have liked to have been a bit better. So we kind of took a few months to take a log off, I guess, and certainly for those of us that in the team that weren't at the Olympics, I think they started training in maybe October time, maybe late September. We began at the start of November, so we've been getting back into the swing of things. We're absolutely full tilt now, gearing up for Boston Trials in 2 weeks' time. In terms of the group, we've got again not many retirements from the Tokyo team. A few people aren't here though. We've got some people doing a little bit of time working, getting a flavour for that, or some people in Oxford and Cambridge. So we've got an interesting mix of people with some sort of old hands. Can't believe Rudkin is an old hand now. I mean, he's so young, but he's a bit of a vet now. And there's a lot of young guys bringing some energy, some fresh energy, and so it's quite a nice dynamic at the moment. It probably hasn't quite found its sort of equilibrium just yet, but it's you can kind of see signs of it, and it's quite exciting to see where it might end up. So it's been really exciting, and I haven't done so much coxing yet, but hopefully I'll remember how to do it when we get out in some bigger boats soon.
Yeah. And James, how do you feel it's going? How do you feel sort of the mindset and the attitude is within the athletes? How you guys, I mean, obviously trials is always a big one to gear up for. How's it going?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. Like, I think, so I've been in the team for 5 years now, and the last sort of year and a half has been like the most disrupted we ever had it. Obviously, we lost our head coach, Jürgen. We had all sorts of changes, and then we had coronavirus, and then we had the delayed Olympics and all sorts. So the last year and a half has been kind of a very tough and stressful period for everyone, and for a lot of us, we were just so grateful to be actually able to go to the Olympics at all. And I think, as I'm sure you know, having raced in the 8, it's all about kind of getting it right at the very moment that matters on the day. And the 8s, we really kind of worked hard all through the season to get that, and maybe felt we didn't quite manage that at the very end. But I think for a lot of us, it was our first games and still a very positive experience. And now that real kind of really like set a fire in our bellies for a lot of us. I think you don't really realise what the Olympics is like until you've done them. It's almost like you'd love to turn up and win your first Olympic Games, but it doesn't always work like that. And I think that's really given me personally and a lot of other guys that come back a real sense of like what you need to do to get it right at the very end. And I think that we're on a good way. I think we're on a good way to do that. There's a really good atmosphere. That everything's kind of stabilised a little bit now. We have a kind of clearer idea of where we're going. And as Henry mentioned, it's like the atmosphere is good. The new guys have really come in and brought a lot to what some of us. I don't like to think of myself as old, as Henry says, but I am older. But the atmosphere is good, and the team I think is working well. And I'm just really excited to see like how it all shapes up and what we can do later in the year.
Good. So, I mean, once all three of you, the impacts of COVID was huge, obviously. And I've heard some stories about how it transformed the Olympics and that Olympic experience. You just, maybe Erin, just, give us a bit of an insight into kind of what a COVID Olympics from the inside was like.
Odd, very odd. it sort of was this really overwhelming experience, particularly, you know, for all three of us, and a lot of the team were all, it was their first game. So to some extent, I felt quite grateful it was my first one because I had nothing to compare it to before. So I just sort of took things at face value rather than missing things that we didn't get to do. But yeah, I mean, so because of the Paralympics being a month later, we ended up under sort of in a weird bubble where we were under even more restrictions than these guys in terms of international travel. So as a very bleak consequence, we ended up isolating in the Medeski Stadium Hotel and going from there to training for 5 weeks rather than going to Italy. So, I mean, if that built resilience, yeah, I'd say that was a very good exercise. So by the time we just got to Japan, it was, I think, Rodkin said, like, gratitude, I think, was the overwhelming emotion that I was feeling when I was there, actually. Very humbled that, you know, sometimes I look at myself and I'm like, gosh, we just get to row for my job. What an absolute joy. And someone and a whole nation has gone to all this effort just so I could do some rowing. And it felt very humbling, and I felt very grateful to be there. I'd say sort of when we got to the village, obviously there was all the COVID mitigations. We were constantly, you know, always in masks, gloves on into the dining hall. It was, you know, big, we all ate behind sort of plastic screens. It was almost like you're in prison when, you know, you pick up the phone to talk to the person in front, but they're behind the plastic screen. So it was actually really hard to talk because you couldn't really hear each other. It was very bizarre. Very, very COVID secure. We were sort of locked into buses and there were tape over the windows to make sure you couldn't open the windows. And it was really, really secure. But to some extent, you know, the Japanese were so well organized, so efficient. It was an incredibly well put together games. It was so safe. So yeah, but the best thing I think about rowing is you never start with the crowd anyway. We're always 2K away, and by the time you get near the grandstands, these guys can't hear anything anyway because they're just in so much agony. So I don't think it was as impactful for us race-wise not having spectators as maybe like doing your 100-meter final in an empty stadium. That, you know, you need a lot more hype, whereas for rowers you need to sort of bring your own, really. So I really, really missed having friends and family, but ultimately I was just grateful to be there.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I mean, I sincerely hope that you get to experience the real Olympics in Paris. I think you'll be astonished at what the crowd can deliver in that last 500 meters. I know I benefited from it. So yeah, well, look, I mean, it was a crazy time, and for the Olympics to be right bang in the middle, and for everything that the organising committee did to secure it, and what you therefore went through to still perform at the highest level is quite something. So here's to touch wood, the end of all of that, and we can look forward. Speaking of looking forward, you know, we at LYR have been, you know, we sort of had our own journey through COVID. We discovered Race the Thames. We had to adapt and change to a much lesser degree than you guys, but we still had to do our job to get out and reach the thousands of young people that we impact. I've had a particular journey since my time in the team. How's your kind of awareness of those wider issues now that, you know, we have Love Rowing, those organisations, and hopefully LYR is being much more vocal and positive about the impact? How do you guys see that as a benefit for the sport as a whole, and also how does it affect you guys? Yeah, sort of in the team. To any of you.
I'd say, like, we all are here because we love rowing. Like, we love doing it. We love the sport, and so to have organisations like LYR who are doing incredible things at grassroots, just to get people in the sport, to get people outside, and to get people loving what we love doing is incredible. And I think, particularly now COVID's over, I think it's a real sort of opportunity for all of us who have received such incredible things from rowing, to be able to come back and share that. And I really hope that's something that the team really gets behind over the next couple of years. There's been a real lockdown mentality of trying to get to the games. And now a couple of years out, with COVID hopefully being a little bit behind us, that's something I'd really love to see the Geneva rowing team and the high performance clubs all starting to work together more with grassroots rowing and get people out doing the sport they love, all weather, all conditions, and just sort of building it from the bottom up, because that's where it needs to be.
Yeah, no, it's good to hear. Me, sorry, Henry.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think back to when I was a kid, same height, but a lot younger. I remember pre-finding rowing, kind of not necessarily having a lot that I felt I could be confident about, even though I had every advantage you could probably ask for, but I didn't feel like I had a lot that I could be confident about. I hadn't really had experience of working in teams or enjoying working in teams or becoming a problem solver, that you develop all these things, and the enjoyment, the fun, but also the skills of solving problems, working through things that rowing gave me. And knowing and hearing about everything that London Youth Rowing does to kind of give that experience to all these people that it just, that opportunity wouldn't be there. Like for me, I could just choose to do it. It was there for me, and that was awesome. But to kind of to be bringing that to such a huge group and a diverse group of people, I think is really fantastic. And I just love hearing about it. It's awesome to kind of have be a part of this Race the Thames thing, to be a little bit involved.
Yeah, well, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here, and I think for a lot of the teams involved, they get a bit of a kick out of seeing their name on the same leaderboard as the British rowing team. Obviously, when Henry gets your scores up, just say that again.
I'm on it right now.
Yeah. No, it's really, look, you guys are very inspirational people. You have some amazing stories. You really don't know the impact you guys have until you're outside of it. And so I can only thank you for all the engagement and time you're spending with us. So yeah, I don't know if there's. Oh yeah, again.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself actually. I wanted to ask a couple. First for Henry, so being in the Cox and going to Olympics and Coxing at the highest level, I genuinely need to ask, because I coxed just at the docks with my kids and found it extremely difficult. So kudos for you for doing that in the first place, first of all. But I wanted to know the process of how you even got into that position. Was it you started rowing and you fell in love with coxing, or was all the other kids better than you, or I want to know what the process was in order to get into that position.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Well, firstly, thanks for saying it's so hard. I've been telling James it's really hard for ages.
So hard.
Yeah, so it wasn't the most exciting story. I was born in Hammersmith, and grew up in Barnes, went to school in Hammersmith. So I'd always been kind of local boy, yeah. So I'd always seen rowing, and I'd always wanted to give it a go. And my school was I was lucky enough that my secondary school they offered rowing as an option. So I tried rugby first. And then
how did that go?
Didn't fancy getting hit then?
Well, I didn't sort of stature to really exert the kind of impact I wanted to. So I tried rowing, and then on the first day they lined us all up outside the boathouse in height order. I was at one end of the line, and they said, "All right, you jump in the coxswain seat." And I didn't crash, and they just, okay, we'll leave him there, see what happens. And yeah, then I kind of got the bug of we would train at I don't know, maybe sort of 4 p.m. in the evenings, and it's sort of it's not too dark, the sun's kind of gently going down. It's just this beautiful it's just a beautiful place to be, and it was, I really enjoyed the whole team aspect of it. So yeah, I just got put into it by virtue of my height, and then really enjoyed just being out in the water with other people and working towards something.
That's cool because I you see me, I always give it the big uns until I actually do it. And I was looking at other people doing it at the docks, and I was like, Oh yeah, I can do it. Piece of cake. I jumped in. I'm there fighting for my life, thinking, thinking if I mess up here, what's going to happen? So therefore, kudos to that for you. And is there? I want to know how you deal with the pressures of knowing that if there's a slight mistake in your position, could that really affect the race, really affect the team?
Yeah, I think I definitely felt a lot of pressure, especially at the games. But I think for me, I try and I guess my process is to try and think through. I try and be very deliberate about what I'm trying to do when we're on the water. So if it's a race, I kind of know, I want to key moments say right here, and here, and I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And then I also try and do a fair bit of imagining what could happen, like what could go wrong, and then thinking about, okay, what am I going to do in that situation? Then how am I going to say it? So I've sort of pre-lived most things. And then when that one thing that appears that I haven't thought of, I've got all this free space to hopefully work out what to do in that situation. But yeah, it definitely is a lot of pressure. But I think it's kind of fun when you're sitting on the start line and you sit in the boat and you're feeling that pressure and you're feeling like all this sort of like millennia of evolution that's kind of, when you feel that pressure, it's like, right, I'm going to just see things a bit clearer. I'm going to just hear things a bit sharper, and like, it's a bit uncomfortable, but you're kind of like really on, which I quite like. So
staying on that topic. So this kind of a question for all of you. So knowing that there's an Olympics coming up, do you is there a routine where when you finished an Olympics, you kind of have like an off season where you can chill out and enjoy your life a bit, and then like how is the period in terms of transitioning to where it's like, okay, we have to train now and like get into serious mode, then actually get into the Olympics and actually enjoying the sport that you're doing, but knowing also you're there to do a job?
Yeah, well, I'll take that one. I guess so we had a couple of months off after the games, and that would be. So normally I get up and I'm exercising 3 times a day. And that's my normal routine, 6-7 days a week. And so going straight from obviously just racing the Olympic final, and we got the flight back the next day. And I was just, I thought, well, I've been doing this for a while now. I've got to give myself some time. So I went from training 3 times a day to nothing for about 4 or 5 weeks. And I think your body kind of needs that kind of rest and that adjustment, because I'll be lifting weights on the rowing machine or out on the water, and your body takes a lot of punishment that you get used to it. You probably don't realize the amount of damage you're doing with that much volume. So you need to give your body a rest, and like that's physical as well as mental. So I tried to get away from rowing, try not to think about it too much, make sure I'm not, not dwelling on it too much, and do something else for a bit. So I did some work experience, went on holiday, that kind of stuff. And actually, for me personally, I found that time away. What separation makes the heart grow dearer, doesn't it? Well, it's like I got away from it, and then I was like, actually, I really want to be back into the sport. So within a month or 2, I was like, yeah, I've got to do this again. I've got to get back into it. And I started building up gradually, and I think it's you give yourself that time away from it, and then you kind of rediscover your love for it. And that's what I found over the last few months before Christmas. And so in like November, December time, I was really starting to kind of ramp it up again, do quite a lot of training, a lot of mileage, and now back into it January, February, feeling really good. So that time then gives you the headspace to then really kind of hit it hard in the time after.
I found it really hard to switch off when we came back. I'm a cox as well. I cox a power report, and if anyone says that power was Tokyo, I describe it as basically like spinning plates, because I was, as a cox, when you're managing so many things other than just your own performance, your athletes, their mental state, sort of logistics, delivery, all of these sorts of things. And I sort of found it really hard to put the plates on the floor and walk away. It was really hard. Like I'm always like a sort of rest is rust sort of mentality. And I really had to force myself to not say yes to everything, including things maybe I didn't even want to do, but I felt guilty for not doing stuff. I had to really force myself and almost make other people hold me accountable, like my husband or my friends being like, you need to make me stop because otherwise I wouldn't have got to, well, I haven't got to the next games yet, but I don't think I would if I hadn't had to take the rest. But yeah, I found it really hard to switch off. So to some extent, switching back on to go to Paris wasn't very hard, because my hand's been hovering over the go button for about 3 months.
Would you say that's down to your passion for the sport, your hunger, you wanting to always strive for more because you've been to an Olympics already, or is that because it's just that because it's your routine, it's been your life for so long?
I think I'm hardwired to overcommit to things and to do loads of stuff. I've always been a max out capacity sort of person, but also, you know, we had a great games and came away with a gold medal, and it just made me want more. You know, I think it could have made me satisfied and happy to walk away, but actually it made me think, oh my goodness, think how good we could be. So envious of these guys at the Olympics with these lovely tailwinds that they experienced. Everyone talked about the tailwind, and we were like, we are going to smash this world record into bits. We are so excited. We are so pumped. And then we were about 25 seconds slower than the world best time because the headwind was biblical. And so that just made me want it even more, because there's a time out there which I think we were more than capable of, and set new standards for the event, and I want to be in that boat to do it.
I don't want to embarrass Eric, but I can't see this here and ask you not to get it out. You've got to share this.
I'm going something later, so I had this in my bag. So
Legend.
Had it in the bag.
Had it in the bag, yeah.
Just, what a coincidence. There you go.
Probably takes it to the supermarket and gets free shopping. Oh, you haven't got rid of this.
Yeah, there you go. Just take it. Just wear it around town. And
Staying on that, I just wanted to ask you as well. You being a female, because we're at LYR, we're really trying to drive female participation in sports. So I was wondering, so you growing up, was you always sporty, or did sports just kind of found you, or did your parents push you to participate in sports? And what do you think us as an organization and people in general can do more of to push female participation in sports?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm one of 3 girls, and my dad and or my mum, but mostly my dad, has always encouraged us to do sports. My older sister's a rugby player. My little sister dabbled in all sports, and I came to rowing quite late, actually, when I was 18. So I would say that I was always encouraged to be active by my parents, but I was never forced, which I think is probably key. For me, I think, you know, I've done a little bit of work in schools and trying to help more girls get involved. And I think there's a few things, really. I think the first one is confidence. I think, you know, when you're growing up, especially when you're like 12, 13, 14, like, you've got all sorts of hormones going on. You've got so many things going on in your life, and so many things that may be distracting. And I actually think sport can be a real consistent part of your life if you feel comfortable in that environment. And it's a place where you can have great conversations, or you don't have to have any conversations, and you can just go and play sport and be yourself. And I also think, like, providing an environment where you're lifted up and you are celebrated for doing what you're doing. And it doesn't mean winning things, it's just for sometimes it's turning up, and giving that opportunity, because I'd say that's something that I actually did loads of musical theatre and drama. And I'd say what's the biggest thing that makes a cox successful is confidence. Not always well placed, but like sort of a bit of a fake it till you make it attitude sometimes in coxing, and to some extent in rowing as well. Yeah, having people who support you and building confidence. So whether that's in a team environment or as an individual, and then feeling comfortable as you're going through things, you know, particularly like when girls are starting their periods, it's really easy just to back off sport because you're quite uncomfortable with the way your body is changing and how that is. And so, like, good education about sort of menstrual cycles, good sports bras, things like that. I nearly stopped sport because I didn't want to talk to my mum about getting a sports bra and running hurt. It's really basic things which we might not think about, but if there are safe spaces to have good conversations and they feel confident, I think that's a really powerful thing.
That's a good point. I appreciate
it. You've got your hand up
Yeah, I did do. Kim's conversation was going on quite nicely there, so I left it. But it was going back slightly to what he was talking about, switching off. And I think that obviously in that environment around the Olympics, but also like each of us day to day have different pressures and things that can be quite overwhelming. And I just wondered, sort of like on a more sort of day to day basis, how do each of you like what do you do to look after your mental health and your well-being? And I think it's quite topical around this time of year as well, with the darker days and all of that.
Yeah, so I guess the big thing that I think sport provides is routine. So like there are times when you have to be doing something, and then when there are times when you're forced to take a break. And that's like one of the, I think, real positives about it. And the thing you can use to kind of sell it to people is like, well, you know, you've got this session, this time, you've got to do this, this, and this. And actually between these sessions, it's your responsibility, is your job is to rest and get yourself out of the headspace of sport and do something different. And like, I mean, for example, here between sessions, I go and read a book, then sit down somewhere quiet, listen to podcasts, that kind of thing. Like, and that kind of allows me to switch on and off between sessions. And I mean, for me as well, like I really like the feeling of going out on the water. Like, so for me, my helping like support my mental health is actually going out and rowing and actually doing what I really enjoy. So, you know, I'm lucky and that it's what I really enjoy doing. But like, I think that's how I deal with it. The routine helps you set yourself up throughout the day and gives you clear markers of what you've got to do at each point in it.
I started sewing.
Do you know, it's interesting you said about the water, because we had a conversation not too long ago, the staff at OIL, we were talking about what is it about rowing, you know, why is it we're delivering rowing and not football or something else? And the bottom line of it was the aspect of being on water. And, you know, London is so built up now, and being on the river, you get a bit more space, and it's different to being in a park or anywhere else, because it just, I don't know, it just sort of feels alive, and you know, it's exciting. But yeah, how about you, Henry?
Yeah, I'm not actually amazing at it. I'm still working it out. I think certainly I really need to take time to be with my friends and family, I think. So I try and I really feel like it charges me up a bit. And if I sort of like spend and I found the pandemic pretty tough in that way, that you couldn't really have that sort of social recharge. So try and make a bit of time for that kind of thing. I think it's really important, even if you're feeling tired or what have you. I'm never that tired, but yeah, I kind of feel like that's a really important thing for me. Also, I think with being a Cox, my area will identify with having to manage your weight, and that's quite you can't really you can't sort of do your rowing and then come home and fully switch off from it. You kind of got to still be, and like everyone manages their food to an extent, but it can be a bit of a social handbrake, not being able to go out for dinner or go out for drinks or what have you. So, and I used to be very, very, you know, right, I'm going to brace weight, here we go. And but now I try and give myself a cheat day. So I'll say, right, Sunday or whatever it is, I'm actually going to go out and I'm going to see some people. I'm going to have a really naughty meal. Having something like that, I think, really does kind of lift your spirits a bit, and it kind of lets you have that social recharge. So I think just making sure that you've got a bit of time for you away from whatever it is you're trying to do really helps me.
Well, look, I think on that, I mean, there's a balance to everything. I think even in high performance environments, it's very important to have that. And so look, thank you very much for that. I hate to move it on because it is such a good conversation, and there's lots more we could explore. But it gives me great pride to introduce certainly two people plus a third. Gresham House have been a huge supporter of OIR and Race the Thames for a full year from Race the Thames 21, and they came back for more in 22. So a big welcome to James, Jeston, and to Julie from the British Heart Foundation, which was the charity they were also supporting. Justin, mate, it's good to see you.
How are you? Good to see you. How are you? We've also got
Harry.
Dawn as well from British Heart Foundation. Make sure
Dawn is.
Yeah, which is good.
Fantastic. Hey, how's it going? How is Race the Thames gone for Gresham House this year?
I think it's gone brilliantly. I mean, it captured the imagination last year, and it did again this year. Look, we've got 10 teams now. I think we increased the team count from last year.
Yeah.
And look, we're all busy and we've all got jobs to do, but everyone's found the time to do it, which is really encouraging. Look, it's a great charity, and also it's great and a privilege to work with British Heart Foundation too, which is fantastic. And look, I could go on forever. I mean, it's just a great thing. I mean, our Strava memberships doubled, I think, this year round because people have been pressurised by me to get on there. So it's just good for everyone's well-being and stuff. And I've learned that it's preferable to get on the rowing machine to do well on this, not bike. That is now a waste of time.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a good look at the ratios and the contributions of different sports, just to make sure rowing isn't too much of an advantage, but it is an advantage. So, but now, I mean, you know, you had, I think, what, 7 or 8 teams last year, like you say, back with 10 this year. I mean, look, to have that level of engagement for us is huge. I mean, it shows that we're doing the right thing. It shows that we're able to, I think, from our side, sort of really demonstrate the value we have on the young people, bringing people together, doing something different, and to see how companies like Gresham House really go for it and take it on and take the event to a whole different level than we would otherwise be able to. So have you got any kind of highlights? Are there any kind of team moments which
I'll have to hand over because it sounds like I'm hogging the limelight here, but James Buston has done all the work on this and he's probably got all the data to hand. I mean, he came out with some good stats, I think, yesterday, James, so I'm now putting you under pressure to come out with some goodies now.
Yeah, one thing I've really enjoyed about this year is the access to all of the data for all of our teams. So I've been exporting that and running a few stats for the company-wide information. The particular highlights for me is when people have looked at the activities list and the multipliers and tried to sort of improve their times by sneaking over to something else.
So it's sort of game the system.
I think Charlie on our team was struggling with his runs and then saw he could do some trampolining, so we did 2 minutes of trampolining just to knock his distances up a little bit. So it's things like that has been great. I've sort of had a look through and there's been a couple of weightlifters in there as well. It helps a lot, particularly for me. I'm one of the ones just cycling because I can't really run at all, and it's hard work. And I think having another option to do a bit of exercise and spread the workload from just your thighs to elsewhere is pretty useful. But I mean, we've had all sorts of highlights this year. We've had people specifically running parts of the Thames, so they could feel like they're actually doing it properly. Nice. Last year we had some people creating pretty pictures in the park with their runs. I haven't had a chance to look through Strava yet, but I'm sure there'll be a couple in there.
I'll make sure you send those through.
Yeah, so I think I've got a bit of work this evening to run through the data and add the highlights for our internal emails. But I'll send that across to them.
Yeah, send that to us. I'll be fascinated to see what you guys have come up with. So this year you were also fundraising for the British Heart Foundation. It'd be great to understand a little bit why you chose British Heart Foundation, and then to hear from Julie as well.
Yeah, look, we did. We're quite a, in inverted commas, young business, or 7 or 8 years in kind of train, and we hadn't had a proper corporate charity program until last year. So we engaged with the whole business, of which was probably about 140 people. Now we're close to 200. And we asked people to put in what was dear to them, and then we went through quite an engaging process to whistle it down to kind of last 4. And the team from British Heart Foundation came to speak to us, and it captured everyone's imagination and was really, really moving, actually. And it was probably quite the teariest sort of pitch from the other 4. So that's where we are. And COVID's been a bit of a challenge because there's lots of stuff we couldn't have done. However, we've decided to extend that partnership from 1 year to 2, which is great because we can build a relationship, get more stuff done, do this again next year, etc., which is good. But I'll hand over to Julie and Dawn. They can now raise the flag and have a little bit of a chat.
Thanks, Justin. I suppose don't want to assume that everybody knows what we do. I mean, it is pretty much what it says on the tin. We do research, but we fund over £100 million worth of research each year into heart and circulatory disease and all things that cause them, along with stroke, vascular dementia and diabetes. So they're all connected, and we're researching into all of them. So really, it's great to hear how aligned we are with yourselves, really, because it's all down to heart health, and this is perfect for us. So just listing all the different things that you can do. The trampolining is great. I would have to suggest that to people when they're struggling. Not quite sure how you measure that, but brilliant that can be included. So that sounds really good. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Dawn.
No, I just wanted to say, well done, everybody. You've put me to shame after a very lazy weekend, because I have got a cold. But a bit to mirror what Julie said, really, is just how important it is for us, and to deal with heart health. What people don't realise is that your heart is probably the most important muscle in your body, and you've got to exercise it, and you have to push yourself. And I think that the message that you're getting out there, whether it's been well-being, mental health, especially after the last 18 months where we've all, this is our way of working, isn't it? And to get people out, we very much encourage people just to even go out for a walk, or take your dog for a walk, or go and take your neighbour's dog for your walk, and get your heart rate up. And it's just fascinating. It's music to our ears. And I think, thanks to Gresham House for introducing us to you guys. But I think that actually we should be pushing what you do more and more to certainly some of the other people that we work with, because I think it will appeal to everybody's competitiveness, and also help everybody's health and mind fitness. So yeah, thank you. I mean, we had a great talk last week with one of our professors who works at St George's, who is currently one of the professors that oversees the London Marathon, and he was talking about how athletes and I guess our Olympic champions who are on here will probably know about how an athlete's heart works compared to like regular people like me, and just how much pressure we put our hearts under. And we had really great insight from Roger Black, who's one of our ambassadors, and I'm sure we shared the link with you anyway, Jason, but I'd really like the opportunity to share that to all you guys on here. And if you've got, 45 minutes one afternoon, just to listen to it, you'd find it really, really, useful and a great, way to perhaps explain to people how important it is that you exercise your heart.
Yeah, well, it's, for the thousands of young people we work with, we target a lot of our time towards those who are kind of sitting on the sidelines of PE, those who aren't so connected in, and actually enabling them to express themselves through a sport. It's such a valuable journey that I'm sure if any of the coaches on the call here like to pick that up, they will. But it's a fantastic it's a fantastic time to see somebody go from not seeing themselves as sporty, not being that kind of sportsman, or owning a pair of shorts that they can go run around in, to actually then becoming, they're proud of what they do within the sporting environment, and they do then classify themselves as sporty. And one of the missions for Race the Thames was to enable adults to go on that same journey. It was to get those who are motivated to convince those who aren't to be part of their team, and then take them on the journey down the River Thames. And then hopefully they then start to form habitual behaviours, which includes a bit of sport in their lives. So I mean, I've had that sort of relayed back to me over the last week a few times. It's fantastic to hear. And yeah, I mean, whether it's adults or kids, in terms of health, especially heart health, it's a huge thing. So I don't know if any of the coaches want to sort of
Yes, sorry, Andy. I just wanted to chime in because I've actually got history with the British Heart Foundation. So back in 2017, it wasn't much, but I managed to raise £300 for you guys. I had a boxing match live on Link Up TV, which is a massive platform. They have like over 3 million subscribers. And I managed to raise £300 for you guys, which I was quite proud of. So the backlog to that is at 12, I got diagnosed with high blood pressure at Evelina Children's Hospital. I was 181 kilos, 29 stone, and in weight. And I got told that if I carry on, you won't live to see 21. So what I done was started working out in my living room, doing Insanity. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. Absolutely insane. And got really in shape, got really fit, came off my blood pressure medications. And then I'd done a talk for Lad Bible on heart health and participation in sports. And why I keep British Heart Foundation so close to me is because I was one of the kids growing up, not that I wasn't sporty, but was growing up to lead in the direction of having problems with my heart. As you know, having high blood pressure, the heart finds it difficult to pump blood around the body. And yeah, so that was a bit of a backlog, and I'm so happy the leaps and bounds and the work that British Heart Foundation is doing, and why I'm advocate of trying to get people, not just kids, but adults as well, involved in sport and to keep their heart healthy, whether that's going for a walk or whether that's running or swimming, whatever type of cardiovascular exercise they want to do. Because like I said, the heart is the most important muscle in the body. And if that's not functioning correctly, then you know the end result. So I just wanted to say from me, from a programs coach at LIR, keep up the great work that you guys are doing, and I'm so happy that you guys are involved this year on Race The Thames.
Yeah,
that's
great.
That's really nice to hear. And I think, thank you for Justin for continuing our partnership for another year. And it sort of seems the only right thing to do, that we ought to put a British Heart Foundation team in the race, right?
You do, definitely. Thank you, the captain, Dawn.
Well, I'll put that out there. I think we should. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
No pressure, by the way, no pressure.
Yeah, Dawn raised a good point about it being about raising the heart rate, and that's different for every individual. And I think that's goes to the crux of why it's been taken up so well at Gresham House. Was we've got the athletes in Justin's team, so we've got athletes plus Justin, and then we've got others who just wanted to go walking and test themselves. We've got Vic, who did sort of 15 hours worth of walking over the course of the week. We've got people taking the dogs out and just trying to push that distance a little bit further, and it's just setting a challenge for each individual, pushing their limits a little bit further and getting them exercising a little bit more. And particularly this year with the timing, the end of January, it sort of kept everyone on point with their New Year's resolutions and keeping active. So it's been really good for that.
I think the key thing that I took away from Roger Black and Professor Sanjay Sharma last week was obviously, Roger Black's competed at the high end of his profession, and he said he doesn't push himself any longer anymore, because he can't, his heart won't allow him to. But he said everybody needs to aim to do 150 minutes a week of slightly raised heart rate. So whether that's walking a bit faster, whether that's getting on your treadmill, and if you break that down to how many, it's 20-30 minutes a day, that's what everybody should be aiming for optimum heart health.
Yeah. No, well, look, it's some really fantastic engagement messaging. Justin, I thanked you a lot last time. If it wasn't to you, it was certainly to everyone else, about how you guys took on this challenge. James, likewise. Thank you so much to Gresham House for coming back and supporting such a great charity as British Heart Foundation. You're invited, both of you, for Race The Thames 23.
Excellent.
We'll put that out right now. We haven't got a date yet, but I think we need to have a look at that. But look, from everyone at LYR, for everything you've done, for the fundraising and just the engagement, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a great event.
Thank you.
Encourage them. Sorry.
Thank you.
I would encourage you guys to join in next year as well, so you can see me absolutely dying on the rowing machine. Because
we're gonna do it. Well, I've got Team London. I've got a plan now. Team London. I'm going away.
I've stupidly agreed with Andy to row 76k in a day. So
okay.
I'm gonna do it.
So if you want to come and have a laugh at me absolutely crying, then you're more than welcome.
Sounds good.
Won't be any laughing, mate. It'll be total stress. Well, look, so Tom, maybe if we stop the live feed from there. Guys, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. We'll stick this up on 48,000 kilometers have been moved, which is a good whack around the planet. As part of that, just under 6,000 submissions of exercise have been done in a week by you all. That's incredible. About 5,500 hours of time has gone into this. I will get an update shortly of what our fundraising total is, but we are edging dangerously close to £120,000 fundraised for charity because of your work. That is amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of the 127 teams, just under 1,000 participants, I'm really positive and I'm pretty sure that we've busted the winter blues. I certainly have, and that's all because of you. So thank you. Just before we close the event, to close the event, I'm going to hand over to Matt Rostron, London Youth Rowing's CEO, to say a few words.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks everybody else. I think at 1 minute past 2, officially close the event if I can. As they say in Landscape Artist of the Year, if you can put down your equipment and step away from your easels, the event is now finished. So let's do that. Thank you very much. That was amazing. What a week it has been. Race the Thames was set up with one pure idea, which was to connect our funders, friends and supporters really with the work and the young people that we work with across London. And we thought that was going to be nigh on impossible to do something similar during the pandemic, but absolutely not. What we found this year was by your stories and the work that you've done and submitting the details of your events and all the activities that you've been up to, you've massively connected with us and the kids that we work with. So based on what we've wanted to do with Race the Thames in the past, compared to what you've actually achieved this year, it's just phenomenal. So on behalf of me, the board and the trustees from Youth Rowing, I'd like to thank you all incredibly huge amount for everything that you've done this last week. Andy.
So we just want to run through some recognition for some amazing efforts, some amazing teams, some performances. The most important recognition is first, obviously. Ikem, if you'd like to present the best named team.
Hi guys, once again, just to echo what the rest of the team has said, thank you for all participating this year. And the best named team has to go to Miles Cronin and co from the Software Institute for Legs Reservales. I tried to add my own twang into that. We thought we all gave it a unanimous decision amongst the team to give you recognition for the best named team. So well done, Miles and co.
Miles, do you want to give us a quick sentence on the magnitude of the award?
Well, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me, of course. I can't take the credit for the name, unfortunately. My friend Patrick on the team thought of it, and we went with it straight away. It was brilliant. So thank you very much.
Well, look, Miles from the Software Institute, thank you so much for your time engagement. I've spoken with you guys a fair bit over the week. You guys have been awesome. So just a quick rundown of the fastest teams. The winners of the 72-kilometer event. The male actually goes to a junior crew, year 10 boys from Mossbourne Academy. It's one of the schools we support. They're a great bunch of kids. But actually you'll hear about them later as well. Just threw in an amazing day of activity on Saturday, saw parents and kids getting involved. The mixed team actually goes to the GB rowing team, but we couldn't obviously deliver the recognition to them because they're basically professionals, so it actually goes to Lee Rowing Club. And the females is the other Mossbourne team, or one of the other Mossbourne teams, the senior girls who won the female 72k. For the 346k, the real event, so we have a few awards here, a few recognitions here. The first crew to complete the 346k goes to Clear Course Membership Services. Massive effort. I think they put in the hard yards there to get over the line first, but not necessarily the fastest. And that's the beautiful thing about this event, is that there's a bit of a pace thing going on to be broken up. So We also had the fastest mixed team was the Boat of Hard Knocks, a fantastic crew who was in last year, doing some amazing work with the charity School of Hard Knocks, a rugby charity who do similar stuff to us. That was the mixed team. The male team goes to a team down in Zambia, a school called the.
I think we've done the weekend.
I'm going to try and get the name right. The Kabita Crocodiles, from a school at Borders on the Congo. Just an amazing group down there. And finally, the fastest female crew was Boat of Hope, and a dear friend Judith Packer, who did great stuff there. So we broke the event down into sectors this year. We're able to celebrate some different groups. So over to Ikem, who's going to announce the winner of the marketing Race the Thames sector.
Hi guys, without further ado, I would like to present this to Lucy and the team at Tiger Bond. They have won in terms of the marketing sector, and they've managed to raise over 3,000 for us and a charity called Betchit. I believe Lucy is here. If so, Lucy, would you like to say a few words?
I am. Thank you very, very much. We've had, I think like everyone on this call, we've had an amazing week, and we found out who the competitive people are internally, myself being one of them. I was out walking at 12:30 just to get my last kilometres in. It's a cause that's really close to us at Tiger Bond, and it's the first time we've ever done something like this. So 40 people getting behind a cause, and your amazing team behind the scenes in Owen that we've been working with, and yourself, Andy. So thank you. It's been great.
A pleasure having you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. So I get the honour of giving the financial services winner. This goes to a company who we spoke to earlier. They're a great ambassador for sport, health. They help raise over £3,500 for the British Heart Foundation, as well as LYR. It's Gresham House. James, Justin, are you here?
I'm here. Andy,
hi, yes.
Hi, Justin. Hi, James. How are you both?
Excellent. Look, it's just to echo what everyone says. It's a great cause. We've had a great fun. We've almost half the business has been involved. We look forward to doing it next year. I want to thank James and Liz, who helped out as well organising it. They've been brilliant. Onwards and upwards, and hopefully we'll raise that number as well to closer to £4,000.
Yeah, and also thanks and shout out to you guys as well for all the platform you put together, because that's definitely helped motivate quite a few of us to push ourselves a little bit harder and go a little bit quicker.
Well, thank you so much for your investment, your time, and for coming back. It's really great to see that. So we have two more sectors. We've got recruitment. Isabel, do you want to tell us who gets the recognition for recruitment? You're on mute.
I'll mute myself. Sorry, it's been a long day already. The winners of recruitment is Harnham. They've raised nearly 3,500 for LYR, and I will hand over to Kirsty because I know she's on the call representing Harnham.
Thank you very much, Isabel. So yeah, I just wanted to say it's been great fun. I think about a quarter of our office in the UK took part, and it's definitely a really, really good cause and just helped everybody beat the winter blues, because most of us were working from home and probably weren't even actually getting out of the house. So we're very competitive here because we're salespeople, but it's just definitely added an extra fun element to it. And as I said, great cause. So thanks for inviting us. We'll definitely do it again.
But look, it's been an absolute pleasure having you. Thank you so much. And finally, I'm going to ask Bobby to give the recognition for the best technology company, but also a double whammy because they also get the best moment. We thought long and hard about this, but it gives me great pride for Bobby to announce to this team. Bobby.
So yeah, the winner for the tech sector is Course, and absolutely incredible. And yeah, I'd just like to ask Dan if there's anything you'd like to say. What does it mean to win this award?
Thank you very much, Bobby. We're super chuffed. We're super proud to be involved. Lots of the clear courses are on this call. There was 88 of us. We all signed up pre-Christmas. I don't think we knew what we quite signed up for when we came back after Christmas. Everyone's done a brilliant job, and hopefully we've raised lots of money as well. And thank you to all of you guys, because you just do a phenomenal job putting the platform together, communicating with us all, and we'll be there in 2023.
Look, so last few mentions and special mentions. You know, there are so many great teams that have taken part, but a quick shout out to Blisters for Bounty, who raised just over £4,500 for LYR and the Victoria Foundation. Just one team from one group of friends who have just gone over and above. Boat of Hope, who raised £2,000 from Samaritans. Judith, if you're here, thank you, amazing. Mosbourne Academy, we had, what was it, over 150 juniors, kids and parents at a school on Saturday, taking over the school grounds, going absolutely nuts. And together they've raised nearly £11,000 with match funding to come. Just absolutely enormous effort there for a school. HG Capital, who came in midweek with just the most extraordinary donation for LYR and the Samaritans. I can't say enough how big that has transformed things for us. It's absolutely incredible to receive the email when we got that in. So thank you to HG. And the final thank you, the final moment, goes to a charity who's featured with us on our highlights videos. And I urge you to go back and have a look. A charity called Lotus Flower, who supports women and girls in Kurdistan and Iraq, and helps them to deal with the effects of war over there through boxing. And they actually competed as a team, and we equated time boxing into miles down the River Thames, and they raced the Thames. And listening to what the team at Lotus Flower said about what those girls have been through and where their journey is, was just one of those moments you realise actually the magnitude and the impact we're having. And that's, you know, that's why we do this. You know, for LYR, we affect young people's lives, London, Leeds, wherever we are. It's the impact is big. And through Race the Thames, it goes even further. So it's the final thank you from me. I cannot thank you enough. Together, we have busted the winter blues. I'm very happy to say that. With the restrictions easing, we head off into February with, I think, a big smile on our faces. Thank you so much for joining us today for the last week. Have a great week, have a great month, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone, for joining this show. Really appreciated.
Have a good day, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, everybody.